Live.
Live. I just have to send the notification to everybody I know.
Harass everyone. So they may experience the end of this case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What day are we on? We're on day 3.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? Huh? Are we? Is it day 3?
I think we just started the day, but also we're not. I think we have at least one more investigation to go because we're not that close to
Okay, that's what I thought. I feel like we've only done one investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's get going then. Let's get rolling. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
So what do you think, Mr. White?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
Rennie, that's
Oh.
Lana.
That's Lana! My bad. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Juana!
Good morning, maggot. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
Oh, jeez.
So how'd it go?
It's as the maggot suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Wait, without your lawyer? Well, I mean, I guess that does happen.
I mean,
but
I guess
still.
she is a lawyer.
Yeah. Objection, Beyonce had the best music video of all time. Generalissimo Lana.
Hey, Tris. Hey, Sterling. Good to see you.
Hello, hello.
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Juana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky,
Hmm.
we found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
Trace evidence, maggot.
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
I'm taking that cowboy to jail! We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Private.
Wow! Upgrade! February 24th,
He's working his way up in the world.
a.m. It's true. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
Pwalk.
But that's not physically possible, is it? How can you die twice? That is what we're trying to figure out.
Listen, you can only die twice if you're a shadow. That's what Sekiro taught me.
What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Are you gonna play Sekiro?
Yeah,
On your
probably.
Nice.
I like pretty much finished Dark Souls 3, so Sekiro's on the table.
Sick.
This is the Sekiro prequel.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Unlike you, Mr. White. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. Just like you.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? I can't get anywhere without being roasted by teenagers.
Very well, let the trial resume.
The ooh voice is stun-locking you. You know what? It's stun-locking me too.
Sorry. But I'm also a little bit not sorry. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Ooh, look at that
Oh,
sub.
Walks with Faith, thanks for the Prime sub.
Hot subs.
Hot subs.
A 100 hit combo. Combo.
True combo, 100 to 0.
Lukewarm. No, I don't think so. Ooh, and that follow. Oh
And
my
the follow.
gosh.
Good, thank you.
Frame trapped by Uwu.
Excuse me, extremely OP, please patch.
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Thank you.
I think Walks with Fate is the one that's OP over here.
That's true.
Getting you with a triple.
They patch it to make it easier to put, yep.
The suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
Well, thank you anyway. I hope you enjoy your new Kiryu emote. Woman Respecter Kiryu.
Kiryu.
They don't let me change the name of it, but in my heart it's Woman Respecter.
Yes, that is the title that comes with him. The Kiryu. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? In all our hearts, it's Woman Respecter.
Oh boy! Things are getting wild from the get-go. Man, Mr. Edgeworth sure looks like he respects women.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir, I am Officer Mike Meekin, sir.
Oh, he
My
actually
occupation
answered.
is, that would be murderer, sir!
Like that. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Man, up to ya.
Yep, respects women so much he can't be in Smash.
Aww.
Sir, it was me, sir, I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir, you've gotta believe me, sir!
Actually, well,
Sir, I'm part of what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. I think they call me Zoomers, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. I do things like drink cigarettes and eat weed and do TikTok.
what is TikTok? Is that a clock? Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins.
He's got a megaphone so he can be louder. Yes, sir.
I do love to drink those cigarettes.
Foolish boomer, you cannot even begin to comprehend my TikToks.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am a part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
The Zoomer generation.
The Zoomer generation.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. I'm also a Zoomer.
Check out my sick vape tricks, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until...
Oh! Gift subs!
Wow, gift subs. Thanks. Huge. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. What is he holding? That's a good question.
Oh, he holds that little Omamori charm.
Yeah, it's like a Japanese like good luck charm. Is
Oh
that
my
a 9-volt
God.
battery? It's probably the speaker for the megaphone.
Walks with fate. Oh, more women respecters. You
More
know, I
women
respect that.
respecters. Oh my god, are you
Yes.
gonna start calling my subs women respecters?
I love that though. Do it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Yes, Paul, he would be the speaker in the megaphone. Do unto others before they do it to you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
You cannot possibly understand the respect I hold for women.
Then he tiger drops.
Yep. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Walks with Fate is coming in here with the sumo slaps with the gift subs and everything.
Right? You gap close with the sumo slap, and then as soon as they get up, you tiger drop them. Your Honor, I respect women, that is all. That's the end of my testimony. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Oh my god. Yikes, now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The blue badger? Badgers aren't blue.
Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Look at this beautiful creation gifted unto us by God. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. If it was, Detective Gumshoe would be heartbroken. That's the Blue Badger, Sterling.
Kill it.
That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
Sir, this is a Denny's car park. I see. It sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. Wow.
Oh.
Thanks, Tyler,
Oh my
for the
God.
for the host with one viewer.
Hot hosts.
Hot hosts. Coming in hot. That I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
If the Blue Badger could speak, it would say, "Kill me."
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious... Oh, this is the testimony. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down.
I see, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Wow. Yeah, the viewer count actually did go way up. Tyler, what did you do? Data added to the ID card record. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What
Wait,
happened
shit, this
then?
is for murder. I forgot, sorry. Yeah, it's like the cold open in that Brooklyn Nine-Nine episode where it's just like, you are my fire. Number five killed my brother. Oh, shit, I forgot that was... I forgot that part. Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. Like a jump scare horror creature.
Uh-huh.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to tame him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be, you know.
Yeah, the stenographer is like, I can write shorthand about like 300 words per minute, but this is well beyond my capabilities. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I don't know, he's got a megaphone, all the distortion, who does? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. I gave him that wing chop, you know, the little neck thing.
Snatched.
Snap! You took his knife? I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver! I made sure to close my eyes like a man!
Man.
See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And
Oh,
then,
wow.
then the next thing I knew,
Yes?
he punched me right in my face, sir!
He got cold clocked.
I mean, he does look like he could pull out some like Bruce Lee moves, you know?
with the screaming and everything.
About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know the fuck that I was unconscious? Oh, right.
According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
It hit me right in the head, too.
Oh.
I woke up crying tears of pain!
Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
Yeah, this man got knocked the fuck out. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned it to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now.
Very important. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
Yeah, imagine what would happen if you had broken the Blue Badger and released the eldritch being from his seal. Well, he's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell.
Yanny.
Chief Gant delivered it to me this morning.
The chief.
Delivered it? Yeah, I want to see the Blue Badger testify. I call my
What
next
is
witness.
A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told it had been mistakenly erased.
Yup, secret evidence. Wouldn't be a Phoenix Wright trial without it.
That's quite a mistake. You didn't ask nicely.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
This time it's not Edgy's fault.
This withheld evidence.
Well then, let's have a look. We have a VCR. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. You are a murderer, yes?
Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me.
But you called yourself a murderer.
Listen, I'm from the younger generation. Thanks for the follow,
yes,
Trugami.
Zoomer. You said?
Yes, sir. It's called Zoomer. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? It's just so unsettling.
Stop it! This is like a horror movie. Oh my god, the handprint on it and everything. Oh! We all gonna die. This is cursed.
The blue badger is a murder weapon.
Look at it. Oh my god!
Look at these three-dimensional graphics. They're so intense.
This is scary. Bro.
Yeah, at the end of the tape, 7 days until the blue badger comes.
Bro,
for
Meekins,
you.
he had a knife. You lucky that he ain't kill you. I just woke up and regret everything.
Think emoji? I don't see any dead people. All glory to the blue badger, that glorious entity which protects us from all harm, and random men with knives.
7 days. That's what it feels like. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
Okay, time for hydration. Murdered the judge. Try gun on judge. No? Okay.
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir! It's the blue badger, sir!
It's haunted.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Someone please call an exorcist.
Yes, well, anyway.
The pride and joy of the police department. He's a goddamn hero. He actually has the Medal of Freedom.
What is the sin?
The sin is that they're a police department.
This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity took place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage...
All cops are bad, even the blue badger. This is correct.
No!
No, especially the blue badger.
No! All badgers
All
are
badgers are cops!
The witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
That plywood pulled me out of Nam.
Mystery man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing, that would mean.
The victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. A good man.
A good man.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start.
War crimes? He was the fall guy?
Yup.
But it has to be Goodman. Megan says so.
Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter?
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? I thought
Oh,
my
yes,
eyes
sir.
were going bad.
But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I was marveling at the blue badger and all of his blue glory.
All hail Blue Badger.
All glory to the blue badger. Blood for the badger. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
I mean, that's relatable. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
I know.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
Plywood for the badger throw.
He did say he had his eyes closed when he walloped the guy with his
true.
Bruce Lee moves.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? And you never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
He talks like a first-year literature student. Or like a first-year philosophy student, just like,
Well, you see, if we were going to have to classify things in the realm of existing or not existing, I believe that the ontological bed of etc. etc. etc.
What does existing mean exactly?
What is the truth of existence? I just close my eyes and let the spirit of the badger flow through me. It is now my responsibility what happens once the badger takes my corporeal form.
we live in a society.
Well, if you were to
society,
classify
sir.
things as living in society or not living in society, I would classify it as the former, sir.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or
Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
Meekins, I know I'm defending you, but shut up. You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman.
I looked deep into the blue badger's eyes, sir.
Tell us why you are positive it was him.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opens the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too. The locker you opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
Ooh,
People in
know.
the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed.
Ooh, he got
They
the
also
intel.
listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
Oh,
We're just gonna move on.
for the record. Yeah, we're swiftly moving on. The opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
That's true. There's many ways to open a locker.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that he tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. I didn't ask for this. I did not consent to this. The only person I would let stab you with a knife is the Blue Badger, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Oh, yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. It's as scary as it is. That is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. White, let's check the court record again. Mr. Edgeworth is inviting you.
Is there a problem with the security video? Well, let's look at the court record. Dun, dun, dun.
Edgy is handing you this case.
I'm pretty sure there are supposed to be like fast forwarding mechanics, but oh well. I guess we'll just live in a society.
Oh, God. Oh, the paper. Pap.
Poor Meekins.
We're packed.
This fucking badger.
It's the worst thing on the planet.
Alright.
Was it a body glove? I thought it was a paper, but I don't know.
I think it's a glove. Why is there a fishing pole?
Okay.
Hey, listen, Detective Gumshoe has to store it somewhere.
Wait, the time. Oh, it rewind. Okay, replayed.
Okay, let's see him open it again.
Yeah. It's a Gumshoe's fishing pole. Yeah, it is a glove. You guys are right.
Yeah. Extremely thin rubber glove. I like that you can zoom into the glove. Oh, the text
Oh yeah,
says
at the end, it's not its
SL911.
rotation, right?
I guess it's another piece of evidence from that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? What's so confusing about that? I think the badger has like a specific dance pattern, so it like wiggles and then it stops and then it wiggles and it stops.
Oh.
Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, sag.
Zag? Is that a word?
Do you challenge me?
What, are we playing a word game now? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it is something to do with the time.
Well, I only noticed because the video just auto played back towards the beginning, but
Well, it says he died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So anywhere from like
yeah,
2:30 to like 5:30. Okay, I see.
yeah.
Ham.
Do woo woo challenge me, Mr. White?
Oh God.
The bloody handprint had no fingerprints because it was from a gloved hand. Oh, we gotta hydrate.
Oh, we're hydrating. Oh, we found it. Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange.
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
I mean, duh, you have to.
My proposal, Mr. Wright fights me, throws hands in the parking lot.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence.
Ah, this is content.
I will now play the security tape.
Pat.
Pap.
Pat.
Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
Can someone please put this VHS tape into the VHS tape player?
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. God, Phoenix, you're such a bad lawyer.
It's his, what, fourth case?
Yeah, every case he takes on is just wilder than the last one.
He has to do a new thing in each case. My goodness.
It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. We're in technology. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. It reminds me of my childhood in elementary school, falling asleep to Bill Nye the Science Guy.
He loses himself more to the blue badger every time it passes by.
Yep.
Every time it appears on screen, it sucks a little bit more of my soul away.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? They'll let anybody be a cop.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman?
I'm more blue than mad at this point, sir. Bam! Slap that.
The thing that's strange about this video has gotta be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
Yes, sir.
How is this guy a cop but you've never played a tape? Yeah. As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this.
Gumshoe.
When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, I have some questions. I have some questions, Detective Gumshoe. Why do you have a woman's picture taped up on
Maybe
your?
it's his lady friend.
I know who that is. The light turns on and the lock is released. He respects women. That's true.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
He's a wife guy. Detective Gumshoe's absolutely a wife guy. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I remember the first time I did this, it took me like ages to find this.
It's a pretty subtle clue.
Yup.
I know, the handprint is like one of the worst parts.
When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, it really takes it into like super nightmare zone. I also think that like the devs understand that because in Ace Attorney Investigations, the Miles Edgeworth spin-off, there's also another case where the Blue Badger comes back and is just like the most horrific case ever.
Stop. No.
Well, let's rewind to a little earlier. Please, rewind faster! Get this thing out of my face!
Look into him eyes.
Here, notice the light?
You could have said that earlier.
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Ah!
Order, order. What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked.
Yeah, the Blue Badger definitely committed the murder. The spirit of the Blue Badger lives in all of us, and that's a threat.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. I'm not a zoomer.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. Mr. Wright? So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor.
Yeah, so why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes. Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. I studied law, and only just barely, I think.
I only just now had to point out something in a videotape.
What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Court's work on tag teams. Yeah, co-counsel.
There's gotta be another clue somewhere in the footage.
That's true. The lawyer that he did work for was a psychic.
Very well, let us inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
Well, you see, sir,
Here
if you
we
look here at the
go.
Blue Badger, the soul of the Blue Badger is siphoning the power out of its electronic lock.
Beep.
Wait, rewind.
Go. Yup.
Yep.
Take that.
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yeah, the Badger literally blocked his body cam. Actually, I will say that this like moving camera system seems incredibly impractical for like security surveillance. Do you know what I mean? Shouldn't you just
Yeah.
have multiple cameras in one angle?
Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah, like one camera for the entire evidence room seems a little out of place.
Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my door.
We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
Oh, what do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Pew, 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 pew.
Inserted?
I know, right?
Come on, Judge.
It's like hearing your grandpa say inserted. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck at the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
Oh god.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene.
It just might have been something that fits the description.
But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this. I like that they just completely like started to ignore Meekins. They're like, we have a witness up here because it's the way that the court is framed, but like, I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
And there's a tag that says SL9 incident. Yeah, Phoenix Wright is extremely figuring it out on the fly. He also like he doesn't do anything but like do like cases also. So like he doesn't actually do like 90% of a work that that a lawyer does. He like just does the cases. Like no wonder he doesn't make any money. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir!
They should have shown this guy a photo of who Detective Goodman is.
Order, order, order.
If you're in court for any crime and Phoenix runs into your lawyer, you're pleading guilty. You know, at least 2 of his clients have done so already, so you would not be the first.
So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, nothing more.
What's funny is if Phoenix proves that Meekins didn't do it and that Goodman wasn't here, it makes his other case harder.
I know. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir! Me, sir?
You are Officer Meekins, aren't you?
I'm not sure I am. I think I'm more Badger. I'm more Badger than Meekins. I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2.
Electric Boogaloo. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
It certainly does say that.
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Meekins is incredibly accusing himself. You're trying to stop him. You're trying to stop him from getting himself guiltied.
Just before the crime, then? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
The defense is defending the victim and the prosecutor is trying to send a dead guy to jail. I don't know what the prosecution is trying to do right now.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too. Well, it doesn't make much of a difference. My hair is already really, really spiky. Renu? Oh.
Oh, oh,
Oh, are you back?
Alright. Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
That was weird. I wasn't sure if you DC'd or I DC'd. The badger did get me.
The badger! No, Renu! Don't give in! Fight the badger!
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. That's not the real Renu. It's the badger in my body now.
Oh no.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
We watched that video too many times.
That's true. That's true. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. For once, Phoenix makes a reasonable argument.
Huh. Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. White, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got.
Maroon badger.
Edgeworth is the Maroon Badger. He would not like that very much.
Bam.
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? A lot of blood.
I can't. Yeah, right? That's why I couldn't finish it. He's just like, I've lost a lot of blood. I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. You can tell because I thought of it. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
But bravo.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument.
Here we go. Edgeworth is like, you've activated my trap card.
At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. Oh!
Tupacula!
Wow, Tupacula,
Wow.
thanks for the raid.
Thanks for the raid. And Lord Malice followed.
Thanks
Hello,
for the
hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, King Bad Mod with the follow. Hello, Sam.
Hello,
Oh,
everybody.
Sam follow
Welcome.
too.
Thanks for the follows. Did you read this part? I don't remember.
I'll read it again. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked.
It's true. Look at all these woman respecters.
Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
Yes. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion.
It's literally Edward has just been sitting here like, I'll just let the defense do my work for me. It's so obvious.
Essentially. If the victim in this video is a fake,
I have no idea how Japanese courts work.
then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
Yep, that is, well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Phoenix Wright is like just too honest of a person because he's like, realistically, he'd be like, wow, I get to win this case for free. But like, he's like, but I would be sending definitely an innocent man to jail. I mean, the soul of the Blue Badger is coursing within his veins, but like, Beacons was an innocent man before then, probably.
Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
Yeah, we should have like a so you know how there's like Daigakuten Saiban, which is the Phoenix Wright game that's set in like the Taisho era or whatever. There should be one set in like the Edo period where like instead of doing lawyer battles, you just fight with swords.
It's an action game.
Objection, but with the sword. I think that enemy got the point.
I mean, they kind of do that in Danganronpa, don't they? They have like.
Oh,
the
that's true.
little
They have the
sword.
like
Yeah.
truth bullets. You're right.
Yeah.
We should have that. We should have a truth sword. Yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Absolutely. This isn't gonna end well.
Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place.
Edgeworth absolutely gives off big Kaiba vibes.
Yeah,
Literally
you're rich.
every part of him gives off Kaiba vibes, like the way he dresses, the way his dialogue is written, the way he is madly in love with the main character. Yeah, it's literally he's just Kaiba.
At the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So,
So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant.
Mr. Wright, you do remember who the defendant in this trial is, do you not? Ah,
Remember who your
fuck.
client is? The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Oh, no!
Oh,
oh, he screwed himself. Oh,
Wow, did he really do that to himself? Is he actually a lawyer? Ah, I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was a fucking trap.
he debated you.
It was all a trap from the beginning.
Too honest.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered?
Right, Edgeworth is like, you've activated my trap card. It allows me to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Phoenix is like, no! To be fair, every Phoenix Wright trial is always just like Phoenix scrambling to pick up the pieces of Exodia before like he loses. Pretty sure he can summon the Badger. Yep. Here's the Blue Eyes White Badger.
And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine the only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. White, you have to do something. You're defending Juana, my sister.
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I got myself into this mess. Oh. Welp, I guess we just, yep, we go to prison. We let her go to prison. Sorry, Emma, that's it, it's over.
Well, it's a good run.
Well, it was a good run.
Well, she's not technically the lawyer in this case. She's just like
She's
his
yeah,
assistant, I guess.
she's technically in a way she's kind of your client.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she'll be okay in prison. Yeah, she'll be top dog in prison, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Let's just object. Why not?
Right.
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Well, no, that would be silly.
Not at all.
Fuck. He just like scribbles out a bunch of papers. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I object to my lawyerly activities. I object to Mr. Edgeworth's existence. I don't believe he's real. We're hydrating.
Hydrating.
Keep those vocal cords hydrated. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. There are a lot of things that could get a mistrial that just don't in this like hellscape of a law world. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Ooh, investigation number 2.
Investigation!
Mr. Edgeworth?
No Majima quote today, you couldn't find anything angry enough. This isn't a court. This isn't a court, sir. This is a complex dream the Blue Badger has, and we fear for what happens when he awakens. Blood is on the inside of people, Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Alright,
Chansu.
time to call a certain Texan Ranger to the stand.
Let's go!
Tejas!
Yeehaw!
Chess ball!
Mr. White, do you mean
Your Honor,
yeehaw?
The defense would like to request a specific witness. I'd like to call it the Yeehaw maneuver.
Oh, do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth.
Is this the first time we've called a witness?
No, we called the parrot.
Yeah. The ferret was our first witness.
The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
The
Very
defense.
well then, Mr. Wright.
The defense calls the Blue Badger to the stand.
This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name?
An officer, Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edward know everything just yet. Call the dead guy, yeah. I'd like to call Bruce Goodman to the stand. I know you're out there.
We'll get a medium and don't worry, I know one.
He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. His name is Chuck. His name is Cordell Chuck Norris Walker, Your Honor. You might have heard of him.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request.
Aren't they remaking Walker, Texas Ranger?
Are they?
I feel like I heard something about that.
With Chuck Norris?
No, I don't think they're bringing Chuck Norris back. I think they're getting someone even weirder.
Oh. Joe Mama got him.
Joe Mama.
Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department.
Jared Padalecki. Ah, that was it.
But why?
Who's to say?
We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Really anybody who
Wow.
looks at like the year of our Lord 2021 and says to themselves, you know what, we need another Walker Texas Ranger. Like from the start, it's a weird situation. It's a spooky remake.
But why?
I don't know.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
Hooey. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Private?
Huh? What do you mean? I've been promoted?
You called for that Texan. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured out shit!
She's giving you so much credit.
Wanna?
Huh.
Not only does it have nothing to do with the original, including but not limited to no roundhouse kicks and being delivered so far, the inciting incident is the usual kind of someone killed my wife, man, pain you would expect of a cop drama about one wife, man.
Wow.
But the roundhouse kicks, what? They're
Damn.
symbolic.
It's pretty unlucky. Those roundhouse kicks, they are iconic. Yeah. Phoenix Wright just goes up to potential clients and is like, so you like didn't do it, right? And they're like, oh no, of course not.
You're the one who knows everything. You won't talk to us. We're defending you.
Emma,
You always know everything. Why won't you just tell us? This wouldn't be a case if you would just open your mouth. Mr. White is trying his hardest to protect you.
Everybody Phoenix Wright knows is trying to land themselves in jail all the time.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. He's talking! Oh no!
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Oh no!
Come back,
My
man.
buddy.
Come back,
Oh,
buddy.
man. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective running around while on duty. Yelling himbo in my heart. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see it there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's alright, so, have you brought what I asked? Oh, you mean this, right?
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
My apologies, Detective, due to my present circumstances. I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
She's even a better lawyer than you.
What?
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files?
I knew this was too polite to be Mr. Phoenix, right?
I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident.
But Juana, that's...
I thought this private might need them, so I brought them here. Or had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Now drop on the floor. Give me 20 reads. I can't believe it. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders.
Ah, gruesome grisly stuff.
Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna annoy me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless I'm the serial murderer. No, it couldn't be. Juana, this SL9 incident, is that...
Yeah, give Gumshoe a little kiss on the forehead. Mwah.
Smooch?
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
Whoa.
Ooh. That's
Joe
cool.
Dark.
The Joe Dark. No. No, Juana. That's over with. No!
Emma, wait! Ah, she ran away.
You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here too.
Everybody I know leaves me. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Private. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. To be continued.
It's an anagram for Blue Badger. It's so
Ah,
obvious.
you solved it. You solved the Blue Badger puzzle. Okay, well, why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we will return. Yep.
Whoa.
Brandon! But what if Bark and Philip and Blue Badger all team up? We'd be destroyed. Apocalypse now. Whoever wins, we lose.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Well.
Hello, hello. Brandon. Varg is not in a position to be able to take over the stream. He fractured his little paw, so he's staying with the neighbors. Then he's not allowed outside.
Oh.
You fear the day Bark and Philip join forces. Yeah, it's gonna be something to be seen. It's funny though because so Ren, I moved out to the shed essentially. My parents essentially had a little office here, and now my office is here. It's my office now.
Wow.
So it now takes me a longer time to get to the bathroom.
So you have to like walk from the shed to the main house?
To the inside of the house to the bathroom, yes. It's a little inconvenient, but you know, having like the office is nice, so. Yeah. It's a very Harry Potter-esque situation. My parents are just like, you live in the shed. All right, let's continue with this case. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Yes, this is the new place that you haven't seen yet, Brandon.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand.
Am I allowed to leave the shed? I mean, I am free to come and go to and from the shed. Unfortunately, the rest of the outside world is locked off to me by the pandemic.
At least you get to walk your little feeties from one location to another.
Right? It's probably good for me, actually.
The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
I dropped less frames than yeah. Well, the funny thing is there's...
Really?
Well, so actually, I have a router in this room, in the shed. So I'm connected via a LAN cable.
To your router?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's better, right?
Well, I mean, I just don't... I mean, my internet is okay enough that I usually don't drop frames, but yeah.
Wait, so do your parents have a different router then?
They have a different router, but it's more or less connected to the same place. Yeah, RGB
Okay.
blasting out of the shed. Boom, 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 boom. The neighbors will be like, oh, yup, boom, boom, it's that kid again. Up to them
shed kid.
RGB gamer shenanigans. That soup kid's gaming again. Honey, call the police. Get the badger.
Welcome back to the shed.
What's up? It's ya boy. Yep.
You're scaring the cattle, the moo-moos.
Oh, there he is in all of
he
its
is.
glory.
Legend. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. That's a very fancy way of saying that we live in a society. Witness, how did you get that alcohol in here? I'm a police officer, I can do whatever the hell I want. Streamer houses are so
I'm
2020.
Jackson.
2021 is the year of the streamer sheds. You know, I live in California, so a shed is basically a house.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. Hmm.
Right? As for my name, if you listen hard enough, You can hear the howling wind calling out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. I like
Howling.
Edgeworth instead.
Howling wind? I have never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something.
That's true. We do have a certain friend who paid to live in 1/3 of a garage.
Oh, wow.
College was a rough time for all of us.
Wow. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best if we get on with this quickly.
The judges had enough.
Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime.
I'd also like to share with you that in the context of the original game, this takes place in like Japan. So like imagine if a guy walked up like this. It would be like if you had a Phoenix Wright game that was like explicitly built from the ground up to be American, and then somebody walked in like wielding a katana.
I mean, you know, they had the kid, remember?
Yeah, I mean that's true.
In plain old English,
You just don't understand. This is my Texasona. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. I said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an instant traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
He just admitted that he was shirking his duties.
He just admitted he was drinking on the job.
I can't say I particularly care for your yeehaw attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
You did not just say nothing about his beard.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean, the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those, boomer. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? Jesus Christ, he doesn't... He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Why is he a
Everyone's
cop?
everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
No, you talked badly about my beard. This one seems like trouble. I don't like him.
I'm holding you in contempt of court for my beard.
Contempt of my feelings. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Please take him off our hands.
Oh, but you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand.
Mr. Wright, I will pay you 500 American dollars to kill this man.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime?
You know what? I wish we could all get away with not doing our jobs because we just don't vibe that day. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired?
You're right.
Phoenix is like, can I take notes? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that Parlo's Vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us?
He's a tenured police officer, yeah. We should probably read this also. Perpetrator, Jedrick, serial murder, sentence, death. Ed Jones, Jason Youth, Kirby Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall.
Yep.
Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Okay. Oh no, he got Kirby. Not Kirby.
You abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
Oh, that's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. You know, with your truth bullets. What? Wrong game? I'm being told it's the wrong game. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Everyone does.
God, don't we know that? Jesus Christ. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? All I saw on this tape was a man being murdered. That ain't nothing new. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Yeah, I have a trump card. Emma hands Phoenix a literal club. Here's a sledgehammer, Phoenix. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. Well, you see, you got the pedals and they spin these little gears and they got the chain. You know what? Never mind.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen.
Yeah, we're definitely one or two from Phoenix Wright playing Uno.
It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
And we're like, objection! You didn't say Uno. Draw 4, Your Honor. No!
Whoa!
Oh, now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
Okay. Ah, so this is our trump card. But maybe
Oh, seven's gotta be him, right? You feeling lucky, punk?
Feeling lucky, punk.
Punk?
Draw. Herm. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could just, like, submit the record or whatever. Oh, nope, that wasn't it.
Oh.
Hold on, let's just save real quick, just in case we just explode.
Hit the trail.
I mean, maybe we could just go for it. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Oh, alright.
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Well, it's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, making my rounds about once a month. It's only natural
Once a month.
Yeah, it's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Did he say blood? Hey, is that guy from Texas?
Good idea.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Bloodstained fingerprints.
Ew.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
And the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's
Not
hiding
the one
something.
y'all-
I can feel it. Now's
Feel
my
it.
chance to prove it. Bloodstained fingerprints.
Beer.
But he's wearing fingerless gloves. Double check me. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast, while the other's atop of murder.
Yeah, well, he's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
Huh, that's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh, yeah. I think we tried that too.
So that would mean... the murderer wearing gloves?
Wild gamble to bring up murder to defend yourself in a murder case? Yeah.
Happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Oh, I can't let him squirm out of this one. Gotta find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Is it the glove left behind? I don't know. Let's see. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. There's definitely something that proves that's not the case. I mean, maybe...
Let's see. The blood stain
Oh,
fingerprint
maybe...
really
Hold on, maybe
unrelated.
it's, Maybe there's something that we're not seeing.
Oh god, we gotta watch this video again.
Stare into the badger's eyes!
It's our salvation.
There goes Mr. Meekins.
You already forgot about him?
Poor Meekins.
Feels bad.
Maybe not that then.
Tying him to seeing the fingerprint are completely unrelated.
Oh, maybe?
Maybe.
Because this shows where the blood was.
Uh-huh. But he's saying that his fingerprints were already there in the
Ah,
thing.
true.
Would it... Wait, he doesn't walk past the badger, so he had to exit a different way.
Yeah, that's true. The Detective Goodman like disappears in the video.
So we have to show that he's related to the case. I mean, the SL9 incident or whatever was his case.
Hmm.
Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? But he dropped the glove.
But that wasn't necessarily the gloves he was wearing. Especially because, although, wait a minute. Did we press him on this? I think we pressed him on everything.
No fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Place their hand on top of the log. Officer Marshall's handprint. Let's see. Did Marshall have a way to know he was wearing gloves?
I think it's the working assumption just because like the photo has Lana with gloves on.
Is there a way to prove a fingerprint has to be on the surface to be legible?
Probably not.
You could present the fingerprint powder.
Huh.
Can you examine the fingerprint powder?
Yes. I don't think we can read anything on it though.
Oh. Booty. What about the luminol thing?
Hum. It's the same.
Not reagent. Nope.
We can spin it around.
Oh! Okay. Emma Sky.
It just wrote her name on it. New tactic, blame Emma. Yeah, let's just pivot and just be like, alright. Maybe she did it.
Just have to be at the same place as my blood-stained fingerprints. Only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Do we... Would we present the log because it shows that he hasn't been in there recently?
Probably not, just because it's only for like this single day.
The fact that the other stain doesn't have prints should assume that either the condition should be the same, it should have been Gumshoe's prints, or that Marshall is obviously making an incorrect assumption about how prints are read.
Yeah, but that's far too logical.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the case here. So the argument presented is that Bruce Goodman, our victim, brought a knife into the evidence when Meekin stabbed him, and then later on, military lady stabbed Bruce.
So Bruce Goodman was murdered, but twice, supposedly, because he was essentially found dead in like 2 cases, but only one of them had like an actual body found because it's only one guy. So he was killed in 2 places at the same time, supposedly. And like 30 minutes ago in trial, we basically proved that Officer Meekins did not murder Bruce Goodman, which is why the prosecution was like, okay, well that means that Lana did it, because we spent the entire first day proving that it is doubtful that Lana did it. The bloodstains and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? But like... present the gloves, maybe? Well, it's probably not this glove is the thing. Actually, think emoji. Death due to loss of blood, 1 knife wound. Between 4 and 5:30. Loss of blood from chest wound. The parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Nope, not quite. This case is so hard. I don't remember anything about this case.
Fingerprints. Only detectives. Okay. Yeah.
Nice AI 16 is written on the tag. That means it has nothing to do with the current case.
No.
We're just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall now.
You could try presenting the glove.
Yeah. I guess we could. Nope.
Did you know the murderer is wearing gloves?
Nope. Okay, we'll just
Reload.
reload that.
2 security systems anyway.
Oh, this is the previous testimony. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and just gonna do.
Okay.
Well, when in doubt, press everything twice.
That locker happened to be mine.
Ah, there we go.
Wait. Huh? Sorry, what?
So we got some. Let's see. That's because how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. I guess we just never pressed this one.
Oh.
That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. In this town, there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer through a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 and 19, more 1 and 19 more. Okay, so these got Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My God, that'd be a lot. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Okay, yeah, we did this one. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Oh, this is the homonyms. Yeah. You starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright.
Don't I know it?
This is your witness. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
The blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Okay? Very well. Allow me to point
revisit
out.
this dang video.
Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. I'm becoming fond of this blue badger. Please show us this incriminating evidence.
No, no, Your Honor, you have to resist.
I know, more of the video.
There, how's that for evidence?
Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes.
Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first.
Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit
He's not a bad
disillusioned.
man, he's just a bad lawyer. Of course, I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys. Ah, great, now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark.
This is how they flirt, yes.
Yes, it is. Absolutely it is.
Oh my god, we have to go through the. Oh my god. Save us.
There's no evidence in the video. I might be walking right into Officer Marshall's trap. I better try and find out a little bit more information. Okay, well, let's just roll through this one more time.
Well, it's gotta be something in the video, I guess.
I think so.
Watch this curse thing.
Alright, let's do it. Let's see if we can find him. Incriminating evidence.
to show Marshall was in there.
Hold on, let's just rewind.
Yeah, can you like pause on him being there? Yeah. I mean, it's just him in a trench coat, I think.
Is there anything that we can, like, thinks he's a cowboy?
Unless homie's a ghost, which honestly I can't rule out.
That's true.
Why can't Meekins just look at Jake's the face and be like, okay, that's him? There's blood on his shoulder now.
This music is designed to drive you mad. Yeah, it's awful.
I like that it plays even when you're paused.
You know what? You're right, actually. There might be something that changes after he disappears. Aha! Yes! 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 Yes!
Yes, yes.
Smack that.
Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. I want you to...
Yes, it ain't.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Damn!
That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
All right, partner. Now, give me that one in a haiku. Now then, let's rewind the video a little bit.
Beep, 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 beep.
Bum, bum.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Ooh. Oh, wow. That was actually pretty smart. Hold your horses! Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Edgeworth is like, oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking migraine. The murderer needed to hide something, so we opened a locker and stuck it in. Not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know! I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it.
But we just discussed the fingerprint mechanism.
We
Look at
keep
my
discussing the
attorney's
fingerprint mechanism.
You can just present the locker.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a text.
Oh, okay.
We already established this to you, I thought.
One sec. Okay, fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. And the lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious.
One tarnation, foiled by the fingerprints again.
There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Ain't that a hoot? So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
No!
You said no. Order. Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please, tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Yum, 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 yum.
Olay, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
I'll have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me!
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
Well, the answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. How did you sneak this jerky in here?
I want some. I mean, he stuck alcohol and a knife, too.
I guess so, yeah. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it! You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. They're so surprised that the man isn't Goodman, yet you spent ages proving the fact like 45 minutes ago. It's true! Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. You also made fun of my beard.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wow, I wasn't expecting him to respond to my ad lib, but there
Right.
we are.
Bold words from a man shaving in court.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Please, put this man away!
I hate
Wow.
him.
Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed.
What?
I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics?
Bro, he helping.
For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
Think outside the bun. Taco Bell. No, shit, that's not what Mia is. Oh, God. No, I was thinking about Taco Bell when she gave me that speech. No! I don't know anything about being a lawyer. I only know about Taco Bell.
I should have paid more attention.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been.
One sec. Okay. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime.
Right, always remember, whatever you do, don't let me get murdered brutally. Ah, fuck.
Taco Bell. Then after the crime was committed,
What was it that Mia always said? Tinkle outside the binkle? No, that can't be right.
Oh god.
he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Well, perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Edward, this is on your team now. It happens a surprising amount.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape.
One more time.
After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Like you guys are just as done with this video as we are.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think it's the blood stain on his shoulder, right? Yeah, put the
Oh,
jacket.
you're right, you're right. Oops, let's rewind a little. Do, 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 do. Now, for some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. One programmer made this scene and was just too proud of it, but yeah, definitely. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall,
Most surprised in British.
are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated you. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, well, I wouldn't have had to be here right now then, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
Did they not test the blood?
That's a very good question, right? When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself, one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, that's why
Blood type O.
Yep. Blood type, oh no! You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and he tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Yeah, why did the prosecutors get to decide?
Yeah.
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what
It's
to
a
say.
knife in a courtroom. He doesn't even care.
He does it. Nothing can surprise him anymore.
Oh my god. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Yeah, they haven't invented DNA testing until Emma came around.
Yeah, evidently. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card?
Oh, I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to be stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day...
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker.
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor.
Oh, it's still missing.
Oh.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
But salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
No, what happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files.
Slap him with those files.
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I'll have you know that Cactus was friendly. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims.
It's tasty? I never had it.
Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Have you ever had prickly pear?
No.
It's really tasty.
Oh. Neil Marshall.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He
Oh.
received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. It's
Water's
nature's LaCroix.
LaCroix. But doesn't it have a taste from the cactus? For being inside the cactus?
What, a prosecutor?
He must be
Oh,
talking
barely?
about the King of Prosecutors award.
Like LaCroix.
Hint of
Now
cactus.
I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
Oh.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police.
That's him.
That's him in the little corner there. The group
Yeah.
of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. That guy looks like a serial killer. Holy shit. Holy shit. How could you not just take one look at this guy and be like, oh, that's him, officer. It's the Hannibal Lecter looking motherfucker.
He looks like, you know that food critic from Ratatouille, but without glasses
my
and
God.
with a knife?
Joe Dark. Yep, he did it. He killed him. Oh god, I forgot that part. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was a serial killer. He was a serial killer of careers. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. He was much stronger than me. He had like 250 hit points. He had a gun at all times. He was a master of the quick draw. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions?
Yeah, he's like, he couldn't lose. He had a gun and 2 knives. That's more than 1 knife. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. He had a big iron on his hip.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day.
Ah, shit. Every now and again, Phoenix is like, oh no, I forgot the case I was working on.
This was one large detour back to where we were. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? Oh, it's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Oh, but wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But...
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remains the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it.
He's calling high noon. He's got that skull on his UI.
Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Aww.
I rest my case.
Wow, he really got him. Did we really just spend 4
got
hours
Ricky.
going around in a loop?
Recky Becky. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt or their shadows. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Yeah, you really didn't, did ya? You didn't think that one through, did ya, bud?
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Oh,
Your Honor, wait!
Emma?
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. What?
What do you mean, right? Like, are you saying, yeah, like, correct? Or are you saying my name? In any case, yes.
you know she shoved Jake to the side so she could take the
Yep.
stand.
Get the fuck out of my way!
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? In a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time.
Mr. Wright,
I'm beginning to become very concerned with all of the rambunctious children you're bringing into my courtroom.
Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. Oh wow, he's being super nice. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh, so
Oh.
generous.
So generous.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out that SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dog killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. Thanks for the follow, update 124.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I went over there and I looked at it again. While you weren't looking.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Why are you wasting everyone's time?
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. What do you want?
And I'm just an attorney, I think.
But Mr. White, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. White, you're a professional. If anyone can save Juana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy!
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. White,
Sorry, it can't be of more use. All you I dang it.
but still. If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Juana will be.
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Yeah.
Objection!
We have
Play
to
it back!
object.
Watch the video! This
Oh
handprint
my
left at the
God,
crime
please.
scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans.
Wow. Thanks for the sub. Wow,
Oh,
6
man.
months in advance? Damn, you're in it for the
Double
long haul.
haiku.
Welcome to the Woman Respecter Club.
Holy cow.
Enjoy your Woman Respecter emote.
Yeah.
Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes.
I just saw Majima.
Seemed like a good investment. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time.
Listen, I want you all to know that I may voice this lawyer, but I cannot defend anyone in court. Please don't kill anybody. Why does my stream have no latency? There are low latency options in Twitch, like when you stream. It just depends on I think it's just more like taxing on like your upload or whatever.
Oh.
Well, with all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
Could it be?
Badger.
Could it be the badger? Methinks perhaps it is the badger.
No.
Oh my god. All of the gift subs, holy.
Oh my god. Oh my
wow.
god. Oh. Not only did they sub 6 months in advance,
Holy.
they just dropped a butt ton of gift subs.
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
Now I have nothing.
Oh my goodness. Well, welcome to the Woman Respecter Club. Oh wow, look at this, Renu, you're subbed to the channel now.
Oh, 66666.
Melted Solid One, which is Tyler, Rising Tides, which is Brandon Magpie Mirror Test, and Girthang 3019. Thanks, Update, for being better than Fate. Oh my god. Wow. Using your powers for evil. All right, let's present that fucking badger.
Thanks, Update, for the sub.
Yeah, thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. What about that piece of plywood? Hey, he has a name. It's the Blue Badger, the mascot of the police force, god of all mankind. Defender of truth, guardian of proof, all that, etc., etc. Your father and I are very disappointed in you, Update.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please, look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Oh.
Well?
Well, why?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? God, his hurt animation is so good.
Like the way that his poncho
Just
like
flaps into the wind.
So that means, what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
You shot him with your truth bullets. Wait, wrong game. Wow, thanks for the bits.
Oh
You know
my
what?
gosh.
I think people just get bits randomly. I feel like I found bits like under my couch cushions.
nice.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. White, think to it scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark. Calling your mother and your Wendy's. Not the local Wendy's! Oh, that's just cruel. Was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
In just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched to your honor, but it's more of a sir-fetched.
Huh?
But it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice!
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell, unless Officer Meekins can grow blood at a rate greatly accelerated by the power of the Blue Badger. We don't know.
Uh-huh.
The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then please tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth stated, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. And there's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence?
It's Danganronpa, but good. Ooh, shots!
Damn, shots fired. I like Danganronpa. It's
Yeah.
it's a little silly. Not to say Phoenix Wright isn't silly, but Phoenix Wright is a lot more straightforward, I think. Danganronpa has a bunch of like weird mini games that I don't
Yeah.
quite understand. I almost wish
Yeah.
it was just the like courtroom scenes, but shrug emoji.
Some of the mini games are just really.
Oh god, some of them are just bad. If
Yeah.
the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. Like, there's a surfing memory mini game in Danganronpa, Super Danganronpa
Yeah.
2, which like is a lot. That's true. I can't talk bad about mini games in general. It's if we're talking about mini games, my goodness, I've played a lot of Yakuza mini games.
Yakuza mini games are great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, yeah, sure.
Especially the baseball one.
Oh my god. I did literally just enough of every minigame for Majima to show up so we could fight. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it.
Yes.
Oh god, the pocket circuit racer. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
Nugget. I love Nugget.
I love Nugget too. I shall call you Nugget.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at...
Let's see here, 4:50 p.m.
Ah, yes, of course, the cabaret minigame. Everybody's
That is
favorite
the best
minigame.
minigame of all time. How dare
Gosh.
you?
Goodness. Oh, right, the murder. Yeah.
If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh! Miles Edgeworth, what have you done?
What have you done, Mr. Edgeworth? Not again!
Not again.
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
And drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
Well, that means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his blood away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
Yeah, Kiryu's minigame was a lot easier than Majima's, because Majima's you actually have to play.
That would mean
Mr. Edgeworth, you must have superpowers. You killed him, and then you slurped up all the blood.
The crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Oh, let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card remaining. 77777777. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Edgeworth is a vampire confirmed. Yeah, look at him. He dresses like a vampire. Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777.
7 sevens.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. All the new Wendy's.
Wow.
Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
Emma got tackled by the bailiff, obviously.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. The bailiff is just gumshoeing a fake mustache. I would love to see that. Holy.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777.
This is definitely not how a court works. This is how this court works. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Hi, Magpie.
Hey, Magpie
Apparently, I was
Princess.
just a sub while I wasn't here.
It was update.
It was, yes, it was quite the thing.
Yeah, Update 124 gifted us subs very generously.
Very generously.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana.
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. I'm making money off of this.
It's just, you know what? You're just losing money if you don't do it, you know?
No.
But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Like a hail of gunfire.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me an investigator in that crime in the eye and say that you did.
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Oh, why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures.
Boy, this is definitely not something you want to hear out of your chief prosecutor. Holy.
That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Moana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Welp. Yep, we've circled back to all cops are bad. See? That's what I'm talking about.
No. No!
Oh my god! She forged evidence!
Hey, is anybody else feeling incredibly unsafe? Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Admitting that Lana means you can get out of jail now, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, now is a great time to take a little break, a little 5-minute break, stretch, get some water, maybe a little snacky, and then we'll be back for hopefully the next two parts of this. Oh my god. Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Did we win?
Did they execute that guy? They certainly did, but I mean, did you see the picture, Dan? He looks like a bad guy. All right, I will be back. I'm gonna go get some water, some snacks. Burb.
Burb. Hello, hello. Oh my god, update.
I'm going to pay him more or at all. Well, thank you for the gift sub again. Update to Chugami. Hydrate. I hear what this is. The hydrate button means we have to take a drink. Of whatever beverage we have on hand. I'm never doing that again. Suffer. I'll make sure Zuby does it when they get back. Oh, speaking of. Returning to the shed. Bring the worst thing you got. It's a fun button.
Oh, yellow.
Welcome
Yellow,
back.
yellow.
We gotta hydrate.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hydration.
Also, update gifted a sub to Chugami.
Wow. Thank you. So generous.
No.
I don't know how to respond to this.
I think a lot of it is just to upset everyone, but you know.
I'll accept it. Blues and
Still
badgers
generosity.
returning to the shed. It's me. I have a little steak for dinner. So my dad got a wood-fired grill recently, so he's been playing around with it.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, so he made a steak. He made a roast today.
Ooh,
Pretty good.
yummy. A wood fire roast.
You always forget to redeem hydrates. Yeah, people keep trying to drown me. Like, people save all their points and then they just hydrate bomb me all at once. It happens. Anyway, you ready? Yep. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. White. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Man, I mean, your sister's fucking scary.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dog killings.
The Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. That's
because you live under
That's
a
because
rock.
Phoenix doesn't know anything. He came out fully formed as a 24-year-old man. Born into the world. He's like, I'm a lawyer, but I've never been to law school.
Why do I want a dog convicted so badly? Because he looked like a serial killer. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
Don't you know that's how they actually, like, that's how they get lawyers? That's where lawyers come from. They grow crops of lawyers. They're like, the lawyer crop is looking quite juicy this year. Wait, what do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dog's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dog tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
Yeah, that would be one hell of a twist. So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dog trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Did you really not see that one coming, Phoenix? Because it's literally in the case file. It says she's a witness.
Yeah.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right around this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dog tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it.
Just imagine if Phoenix tried eating popcorn listening to this.
What happened next?
What happened next? And then what?
Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Doc stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Do you ever think about how it seems like everybody else kind of like outside of cases with Phoenix Wright follows the law, and then as soon as Phoenix walked into a courtroom, they just start making things up like Calvin Ball? Because that's what it kind of feels like to me. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
Bogus?
Bogus.
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Juana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. What happened?
What happened?
Even so, that's when it all started. Rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have ever happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Hey Evan, how's it going?
Evan!
The prosecutor's office has a great track record. Yep.
After midnight. Pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
After that case ended, Juana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dog knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Jesus.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Juana was cradling me in her arms.
Why does she look older in this flashback? Like she aged 2 years in the flashback. Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. About that instant.
Alright, thanks Voxel State. Really appreciated you being here and chatting.
Thank you.
Oh! Ah, yes. Alright, thank you so much. It was good to see you again. It's been a long time actually. I didn't realize. True, yeah.
I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Why are you making her recount this instead of reading the dang file yourself? It's because it's like Walks with Fate said. He can't read.
That's true. Phoenix can't read. He just kind of like sits there and like tries to intuit what the words mean. Like maybe sometimes he'll have like Emma read it to him. I'll see you around too.
Asking guys in 4 years to cash in.
This is Stalin, by the way. Oh, yeah. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. He must have been 14. That's understandable. Everybody has a bit of a tough time at 14. That's just how it goes.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Wanda would never have to forge any.
Hey, Evan, thanks for the
Ooh,
subscription. Welcome to the Woman Respecting Club. Now you too can respect women.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. Trauma. A lot of trauma. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Hey, there's something that's still puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? None of this makes any sense.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dog had been taken in for questioning that day.
Look at this fucking dude.
This dude.
This guy looks like a JoJo villain. Oh, you're approaching me. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Wano was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
You're
Was
right.
she like... Wait.
Joe Dark looks like Yoshikage Kira. My name is Joe Dark. I live in Japanifornia, and I just want to live a quiet life. What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dot case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Wait, but
Wait, what? That's not how that works!
how do you transition careers like that?
Excuse me?
I thought you had to pass like law school and stuff.
What? I don't understand.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Yeah, we got some fucking questions. Yeah, you skipped some steps, like an entire law degree. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Lana,
Private, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
but Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh,
About how you were a detective 2 years ago? Wait, so she went to law school and then decided, I'm gonna become a detective. Okay, no, actually, no. Yes, so it is canonically established that Lana went to law school
That's
because
true,
she and Mia were senpai.
yes.
Why should we hold police officers to a higher standard than criminals? Dumb. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. So, like, technically, yes, 2 years ago, Lana would have had a law degree. But, like, the move from detective to chief prosecutor, yeah, that's sus.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Private.
Oh, she didn't answer.
You're right.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said.
Went to law school, seduced her kohai, became a detective, then became the head of a separate department with no experience. Standard career track. Yeah. Obviously.
About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing.
Oh,
They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant quacked together.
Chief Gant?
he was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
I mean, he is quite a lot.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
To gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right?
Oh.
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho.
This is how you can tell that these were the best detectives. They're all the weirdest ones.
Here, but in bed. Hello.
Hello.
Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer.
I mean, look at this fucking guy.
We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Doc.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. This is like the worst, like, bring your
Bring your family to work.
bring your family to work day, right? Just imagine like, oh yeah, this is, this is the coolest, it's cool, isn't it? It's the prosecutor's office, this is where I work the detectives. You're just sitting there, a fucking serial killer comes running in with a knife. You're like, where did you, what?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Drake! When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark.
Bring your sister child to work day. Yep. I mean, look at these characters. They clearly don't have parents.
During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
I can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. The emphasis was weird on that, on the way I said that.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Yeah, going with your parent to, or parental figure to work is very dangerous in Ace Attorney. Yep, Don't do it. You will lose your parents, or your life. Probably your parents. They'll probably die protecting you.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the wooing against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
It didn't necessarily happen to Mia, but something very similar kind of happened because Mia and Maya's mother basically went to court and then was like they called her a fraud after the trial, and then they were like, welp, uh-oh. And then she went missing. She just fucking disappeared. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
But didn't, like, Maya come to Mia's workplace and then Mia got killed?
Yes. You're right, actually. February 24th. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Wana.
Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay, well then let's go to... Let's visit Edgeworth. February 24th. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Having a sister in the Ace Attorney world is one of the biggest indicators of future trauma. Yeah.
Having family in this universe.
Yeah, how dare you have a family? He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Wana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Poor Edgeworth.
No,
He didn't ask for any of
Edgeworth.
this. February 24th, Police Department entrance.
Oh.
Howdy, Bambina. How are you allowed to walk around?
Right.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy brought up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Oh.
Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors
handsome.
around. Yeah, he is handsome. He's more handsome than you, Shaggy. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. He had the looks too.
buddy.
Sorry, but your brother, he took all of the talents with him. Doesn't Japan have a 90% conviction rate? I feel like these games indicate a much deeper care for the proper judicial process than really exists.
Maybe.
I think I think the explanation for that is that Japan has a higher burden of evidence to take things to trial. That's what I've heard at any rate. I don't know anything about the Japanese legal system. I just know that it was kind of a nightmare.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
Oh, I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SO9 incident took place, wasn't that the same day as...
You can't plea bargains. The U.S. has a ridiculous conviction rate too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we'll never really know. Like, I don't know personally like what the sort of efficacy of those statistics is, but yeah, it's something like that.
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Like dust in the wind. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen.
Can you have the chief of police appoint your chief prosecutor? Is that allowed?
And yet the prosecutors determine the salaries of the police officers.
What a weird balancing act.
She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator.
Oh.
Adios, Bambina. Happy trails. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. Texas.
He's going home to Texas.
He's going home.
I must go. My people need me.
February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have our look around Chief Gant's office.
I would just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Shh, Emma!
Emma!
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Emma!
Oh, now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to the chief's offices.
I guess
South
we're going
Virginia,
there.
but actually Texas, and more lyrics. Yep. To the chief's office! Oh my god, he's got an organ!
Wow. Wow.
February 24th.
I really wasn't expecting this.
Police Department, Chief's Office.
This is an evil office if you have an organ.
You know what? We should have known he'd have a fucking organ. His background music has an organ.
Oh, really?
Man is 100% a vampire. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? If you played this pipe organ, everybody in a 4-mile radius would be able to hear you.
Yeah.
The entire police building has to listen to Gant play this thing. Yeah, maybe the whole police department is a vampire clan.
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten.
Officer Marshall's office looks more reasonable suddenly. It really does.
They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
Everybody knows only freaks play organs. She took organ lessons in kindergarten, apparently.
Oh my god.
I never could remember where C was.
What? Uh-oh.
Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately, actually. Oh, I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. You had an organ in your house as a kid? It's more common than you think. This is a pipe organ, though!
It goes to the ceiling.
Yeah, I literally watched that sideways video about the organs yesterday. I was like, what? The fucking organ is haunting me. It's coming for me. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Isn't that just Helsing Ultimate Crime Fighting Vampires? It is. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You know what? Given the CG we saw of him like fighting Joe Dark, I think the trick is he's handsome until you take the hat off and you see his receding hairline.
No!
So, we took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added to the court record.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, that case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
Well, all the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Ho ho! Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen that Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
You popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Poor Edgeworth.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything out?
The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack,
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. It had something to do with the murder weapon. No, I forget. Look, it's all written in somewhere in there, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Oh my god, he really was Yoshikage Kira. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal.
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then too, and he killed him too. Then when there were more bodies, a jogger came around the scene, killed as well. Finally turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Well, let's show him the mortar weapon. About this.
Hey, is that...
There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again!
Wow.
The memory of a fruit fly.
Yep. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store we bought it from. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, White.
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not
He's got
money.
a pipe organ.
He's got money to burn! It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe, that's not information you should be giving to anybody.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
Emma, spit to the way!
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Ah, bummer.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
Don't get him canned.
Wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind.
The photo?
This one?
Yeah. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Why are you so upset? Why can't they get a warrant? I don't.
Who's to say?
I don't think they've mentioned warrants hardly at all in this game.
It's because we're in hell. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
Yeah, he is. It looks like he's hiding something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
The jacket he has framed up there is actually more extravagant than one he's wearing now. It's his debut jacket.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified?
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, the responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. So, are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Magpie.
That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. ...
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes.
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Yeah, the sword is gone. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that.
You are so full of it, Phoenix.
Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake.
Very well.
I already know the story.
Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. He's a hack.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize?
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant.
Phoenix is the biggest himbo. He got some stiff competition, though.
You do. February 24, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Excuse me? Would either of you care for a 1/4 pound of roast beef? Beef. Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
What?
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Sky.
My sister?
She's the cough-up queen, Evan.
Oh.
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana. Oh.
Juana and Chief Gant.
Ew. I forgot. I know, right?
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof that anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Juana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? And by that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
The star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Everyone is just super horny for Lana Sky. Magnetism for evidence. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? That was pretty obvious, Phoenix. If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how can he control Juana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last! I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Wow.
Wow,
She really turned it around.
she really did. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. Turn into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh. Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency. What is that? Wait.
I don't think that's a real word.
But my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Do we have anything?
I don't know what we gained from all of that evidence-wise.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can give him this.
Oh, he wants us to keep our
eh?
trap shut.
Eh?
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
Give him the screwdriver.
Yeah, let's give him that screwdriver.
Give him the trophy. Give her the photo.
She doesn't want it. Hmm.
We talked to Edgeworth? Oh, yeah, we could act. Oh, okay.
She doesn't have anything else to say to us. Well, thanks. You got anything more for me, edgy boy?
Edgy, tell us over tea. Give him the screwdriver. Sounds very threatening out of context.
That does sound very threatening. What about this? Oh, shit. Oops.
Oh.
What about the Blue Badger? This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays.
He's a goddamn hero.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
It's all thanks to Gumshoe. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Oh, congratulations.
Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that. Right? Phoenix? There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. Yeah, thing for shield, see?
That's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details.
There's
Oh my
some
God.
dragons and some
What story did you
dungeons.
And screwdrivers. This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with the card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. but I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Heh.
Heh.
Detective, Here is my attorney's badge.
You show this to me every time we meet. Real men show their police badge. Enough said.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
How are we gonna get inside the room?
What do we do to get into the man's pipe organ office? Let me in!
Let me in! What if we examine the policeman?
Yeah.
That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work.
Let us in, Gumshoe.
Let us in.
Cream.
The Blue Badger is still riding around today.
No, God.
Witness the badger. Let's give him the
No.
benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day.
Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty.
Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. So I coughed aloud, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens.
I guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up.
They make a good pair. Maybe there's some evidence that we've overlooked. I highly doubt it.
What you want from us, game? Chief Garrett gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department?
The chief is a very competent man. But sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense.
A certain detective comes to mind. Oh wait, we already showed him this.
Oh, we go. Okay, thank God.
Yeah, maybe if you spray gumshoe with luminol fluid. Wait, what if we examine this piece of paper he crumpled? I wonder what he was writing before.
Yeah,
Come on, Mr. White, let's take a look.
You crazy Edgeworth is sitting right there!
Just distract him with your eyes. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no,
Oh
he's
my
falling
God.
to the ground!
Oh my God. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look!
What? A letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
There we go. That's what we needed. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgewood, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. White, Please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Put into pocket.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum.
Well, I know what I'm doing with this. Ah-cha-cha, ah-cha-cha.
Oh, Gumshoe. Him weakness. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Uh-oh. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious? There you go, Sean.
I can't believe they pushed him this far. Oh, it's just manipulative.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
Yes, Detective Gumshoe, come to the dark side.
Offer him a job.
I don't think Gumshoe would be a very good lawyer.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. Oh, Lord.
Oh, we can't do that if someone found out.
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. Oh.
Oh.
After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
Oh, man. So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket.
Swiftly. Ooh.
February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office.
Here goes, Mr. White.
Click. We are now officially breaking and entering.
We win. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
That happens. I'm counting on you to bail me out. With what money? Eee! Ah!
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah!
Celebratory
Detective
organ
Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I didn't even know you could sneak.
I wasn't snaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Yeah.
Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket? Phoenix, he needs that!
Hey, don't do that to my card. Why did you do that? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
This is terrible.
That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Wana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
What? He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Wana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Unless...
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's white, Mr. White. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Oh. Well, before we investigate this, let's take another 5-minute break, because I need to get some more water.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
Uh-huh.
All right, good night, everybody who is heading off. I have returned. I don't know if Renu has returned yet. It feels so bad because we're so close to the end of this trial.
Whoa.
Hello. I apologize for keeping you trapped here, Renu. We're so close to the end of this trial.
Are we?
It's only 11 for me, but for Renu, it's like 1:16, I think. Got them.
Going to sleep,
them,
Magpie. Good night. Thanks for hanging
got
out
them
with us.
Texas hours. Texas. But unfortunately, so the next like 3 or 4 weeks, I won't be able to stream. So like, I really want to get it done today. I'm sorry, Renu.
Fine. I don't have responsibilities tomorrow, so.
Okay. All right. Then we'll try to blitz through it as fast as possible.
You going to bed, Evan? Have a good night. Thanks for
The
hanging out
shelves are
with us.
mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Took some big naps. Nice, Mads.
This is where Wana and I went to that theme park.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Evan. Good night. No hydration, only objection. Look at that giant window.
I'll have you know I have to hide. This is the stream I actually hydrate the most for, believe it or not. Because otherwise my voice will not make it through.
Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. Wait, no.
Unfortunately, yeah, right. Unfortunately, the first like or the consequence of drinking more water is that you go to the bathroom more often. So we just have to pause every hour or so I can pee and get more water. This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Oh my gosh.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
He's a dreamer.
He's a good boy.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Oh my god.
Don't say that!
It's fucking brutal, Phoenix. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Fuck, man. This is Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime?
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. Shit always goes down when they give this prosecutor award. Maybe they should just stop.
Yeah, right. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
I think most people don't. Gee, you think?
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
Yeah, you probably would.
Yeah, alright.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Phoenix, right, I don't think you understand. The organ may be how you play it, but the building is the instrument now.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. Oh. Makes them listen to the organ for hours.
Oh my god.
Wow, that would be, yeah.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
Jesus Christ. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
Wow. That's beside the point. It's probably why he yells all the time.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up.
Abusive practices in the police department? Never.
Oh, they're the police. They uphold the law. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
It looks like there's still some stained glass
There's
up
still
there.
a little bit at the top.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
what do you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Emma Sky, tax criminal. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak.
Like a fucking Dark Souls enemy. I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be.
Well, I'm pretty well aware.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? The SL9 incident? I don't know what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what.
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
Yeah, that's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list added to court record.
There's no way that's admissible given how you obtained it, but this is the Phoenix Wright way.
This is the Phoenix Wright Extended Universe. We found this inside the drawer.
Mr. Edgeworth and the other half of the list.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code is needed to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I might know what it... I think I just might know what it is.
You know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
Ignores Gumshoe.
Get in there.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Beep, 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 beep.
Well, would you look at that?
Look at that easy clap.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who'd entered the room that day.
You mean 777777? That ID number?
I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Oh, yeah.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a...
Oh! A shard from a
Wow.
broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey! I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove that they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we could show the detective.
Well, there's a pretty easy one.
Because Gumshoe and Phoenix both put the vase together, you would think.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. That was like yesterday.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
Yeah, now let's discuss the importance of a password manager.
That's right, one of the shots had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Get in your 3D zone. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. White, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. And here it goes. Let's see. Rotate. Combine. Easy clap.
Easy clap.
There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, detective.
All right, go to town, sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Oh, come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. White, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow directly into the DS.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Give me the prints. Give me the prints.
Fat print.
No match found. The one that happened right here in this room. She's right. We should check the fingerprints of everyone who was in here that day.
The way I see it, there's a higher power at work here. You just gotta have faith.
Interessante.
Hmm.
No, wait, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dog's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here.
Over here.
Oh, yeah. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Sorry for crumpling it.
Why did you crumple it?
Now that's not very kind, is it?
Uh-oh.
In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Uh-oh. Chief can't!
Oh, we didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Oh, fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Oh my god. Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir.
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Now, get out.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Uh-oh.
Me? Sir?
I'd like a word with you.
Oh god.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
But Mr. White?
Oh god. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
Oh god.
February 24th, Detention Center, Visitors Room.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
He's the chief of police. I got no jurisdiction.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous.
Ooh.
Pretty good. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth.
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, and yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to stay silent.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Detective Gumshoe. Mama
No,
Sky?
that'd be cute. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though? The Chief Gant's name was never mentioned.
Chief Gant.
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsifies evidence in this case.
You want proof of the Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. Uh-oh.
But it's not the Chief.
Okay, let's try that again. Falsified evidence. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Aye.
Hey, quick question, Mr. Gant. Why did you keep these in your office?
Right. Why don't you destroy them?
The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Oh, sorry. You can read it.
You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again.
Had to make sure he was dead.
My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call on him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card. It seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused that incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. We're finally in it now, Renu! We did it! We finally reached the trial.
The last trial day.
Now all we have to do is finish the trial, but before then I gotta pee, cause you know my bladder be tiny.
Okay.
Stay tuned!
Okay.
Cold? Yeah. I'm ready, Chief Gant. Oh. Yeah, where's Emma? Oh. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77777777 ID number that is. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday. Is Soup muted? What?
I'm still muted. Sorry. My bad. I mute myself on stream so you don't hear the like opening and closing of the door.
That's great. Yeah, it's just me talking to myself. It's because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But you didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Oh, Chief Gant.
Oh.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 22nd of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
Oh no, Lana!
Poor Phoenix.
Oh, you can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. Hey, Mikey.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require services.
But Lana!
Bruh, I'm getting fired. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Yeah, it's funny that she still let Phoenix defend her for quite a while. Could have
Yeah.
saved him a lot of time.
Yeah.
Could have given him time to find another job so he could pay rent. You know.
I make a perfect line. Oh, thank you.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation.
Who's footing Phoenix's bill anyway? Lord knows.
Who's to say?
Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
Oh, this can't be happening.
No.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Oh, spicy. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Hmm?
Spicy. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Ooh! With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, hmm? Well, not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Hi, Mara.
Hi, Mara.
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Ooh, she's here.
I suppose it is morning over there.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Juana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh, well, okay then.
Oh, okay.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
Trip to yesteryear has finally begun.
Yesteryear.
It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Yeah, Phoenix is technically fired. He doesn't have to do shit.
Yeah, what is he doing?
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Get in there, Phoenix. I guess you're
All
still
right, get
part
in
of
there,
this.
Phoenix. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy of Chief Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ.
Wow, the organ has always been there.
I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Juana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man.
Yes, Joe Duck. He was a serial killer.
Just look at him.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Doc grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't really remember what happened then. But
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Doc. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind.
Lightning.
Lightning. I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with
stop her.
Detective... Yeah, just... Alright, no, I don't want to hear anymore.
I'm done.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the wrench just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yeah, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Gwen's sticking up for me.
I'm sorry. We have to finish this before I head up. Or else we're gonna come back and, like, not remember anything about this case.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Soupy's abusing me. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I'm sorry. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes. I want to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. Maybe 3/2 to 26. I mean, basically a month, right?
Yeah, that's basically a month. We only stream on Saturdays, so...
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew. Well, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
An eternity. Well, anyway, let's continue. this scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Yes, you should go inside.
Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on the dock. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can about this. So let's look through our evidence, because maybe some of it is important.
Pew, pew, pew.
Hey, wait a minute!
Oh!
A picture's drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl this little girl this little girl this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
Well, that may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
She put her into that picture. Please, turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over, turn it... Oh, 3D! Oh, what is this?
Oh my, so this is the world you live in, Mr. Wright. 3 dimensions!
He has a heart attack. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Maybe you should have gotten into art instead of science. This
Oh
picture's
my God.
really good.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? Oh, these lists. They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they are torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Oh. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor.
There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
The blue badger comes for your souls.
The song. Oh my god. That's that thing from the video. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Well, somebody check on Officer Meekins. Is he okay? Oh, glory to the blue badger.
I feel as if we should watch that video again. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in court record.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? It's a totally different fake murder from 2 years later. Damn it. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma's picture.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During the time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Huh, 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor.
Doc had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Memory refreshment. I don't remember when I was running 2 years ago.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
It's very... Nah, it's still good. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Yeah, he was the one who called her to the stand.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. You don't have a salary!
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... There's clearly a contradiction here. Let's see, what's, Oh,
Start in the back.
oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
oh, oh. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Him
like-
facing forward.
Yeah, like this, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's this part here.
What? What? But it's him facing forward.
I don't see what's so strange about that.
Unless... That's because the drawing stinks.
Oh.
Oh, Phoenix.
Mr. White, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
Damn.
What? But.
Guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the lesson has been learned.
Okay, let's try that again.
But. I don't get it.
Maybe...
You stabbed in the back and the knife tip point was embedded.
Oh, wait. Where's the tip of the knife?
Oh.
Unless...
Is that it?
No. Oh wait, well that was it.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
that's it.
accidentally skipped it.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. White, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Doc was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah, what's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Well, not so fast, Mr. Ashworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ugh.
Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man Willie was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Of course. The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. White.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon!
Take that.
If anything's broken here, it's you.
Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing
Ah,
to you,
shit.
Mr. Wright, but may I remind you the verbatim last guy hands and the penguins.
Let's try that again. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture.
This is the picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As
Yeah,
we-
right.
Right, yeah. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Yeah, sometimes the game is a little obtuse. It's okay, we eat penalties for breakfast.
Order.
We'll even just drop a little save here just in case. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Now, being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
Phoenix!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What is going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
Joe is his own brother, Neil. What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list, the one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that?
That's why the list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Stop it. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget.
This nightmare with the blue badger.
I must have walked this part away deep inside me. The blue badger.
Hi Gwen, thanks for the resub.
Ooh, Gwen.
Welcome to the circus.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Listen, the last case, like, at the most dramatic point of the testimony, or of the game, we literally called a parrot to testify, so...
Yes, Your Honor. Ooh, takoyaki.
Cheese puff, ball puffs with takoyaki. Oh, I think I've had those, actually, yeah. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? What is happening? The spirit of the blue badger truly cursed us all. We should never have brought Officer Meekins into the courtroom. Well, this should be interesting. Emma's recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Actually, what's really interesting is when I had those takoyaki puff snacks, it was when I was in Korea, which makes sense. Kalbi is a Korean brand.
Try impossible.
The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That's because the chief of detectives didn't design him. The blue badger has lived, existing, latent in our collective memory for millennia, awaiting the time when he would manifest in this world in the form of Officer Mike Meekins.
Oh my god. The prophet.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Damn. She got a new sprite for that one. She's reaching.
I know, she reaching.
Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
Nice. That sounds nice.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting at the core of the matter. Are you sure about this?
Of course, see, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that this thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Blue badger, yes. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Well, that may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. White!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar?
But, Mr. White, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our point of view?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Stare into the blue badger's eyes. More. No.
I think it's like this.
Yeah.
Or maybe,
It's either this way or 180.
I-J-K-O? Okay, yes.
You just want to make sure the
God.
point is at the top.
Oh, jeez.
Where are we going?
There we go. There we go. Oh, this isn't right. I've got to make
I
it look
think
more like
it's-
the badger.
I don't think you should use the tippy as the top point.
Okay, so just like...
Oh, well, actually...
Yeah, the judge's brain explodes with 3D physics.
Yeah, I think that little bottom brown point should be the top point.
Oh, you might be right.
Maybe.
So this should be the top?
Yeah. Maybe.
That doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit as well. I mean, the way you... Huh. Just gotta swing it around on the horizontal axis.
Like this.
Maybe with a thin end towards you.
Oh.
I guess without pointing and gesturing, right?
We're a genius. Ah, close enough. No, that's not right.
No.
God damn it.
God dang
Oh
it.
boy. Let's try again.
Okay, try it with the thin end pointing towards us. Like,
Okay. So the thin end is now pointing towards us.
And then make sure it's on the top. Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
The red part needs to face us? Okay.
The red part. That part? But how?
I mean, we could just show this.
That is also.
Nope, not quite. Oh my god, it's just so strict. Game, please.
Help us.
Game, please. Renu needs to go to sleep. Have mercy. I think it really should just be like this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, try that.
Oh my god! How can we be so bad at a puzzle?
No, it's just rotating this weird looking cup vase thing. We're really
I don't
close.
remember. I'm pretty sure I spent an eternity doing this like the first time I played too. God, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Do we have to like use the grid and make it perfect?
I don't know.
Red on the top and the thin part far away.
This? I'm pretty sure we've done this. Oh, there we go. God, the game. Oh, come on.
We have
Well,
done
is
that,
this
though.
a miracle
do
or
that.
what? Jesus fucking Christ. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Phoenix Wright, what the fuck are you talking about?
Pixel perfect. No, it can't be.
Get that eldritch abomination out of here!
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Well, so they meant a silhouette because the context of that is that Emma drew a picture that was completely lit by lightning from the background. So she could only see silhouettes.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains.
We all enjoyed watching Mr. Wright fumble with the jar.
What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
The
Yeah, it's just 5 minutes of Phoenix tilting a jar. That's the correct thing to think about. The murderer? The murderer? The ah. Wait. Ah. Yes. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar?
Where?
And the location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and And it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Well, exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So, this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Jujutsu Kaisen is a manga/anime television series about a boy that is told to do good things by his grandpa. So he goes and helps his friends who are about to be eaten by evil dark spirits, and then other stuff happens. He eats a fingy.
He eats some fingies.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. Jujutsu Kaisen kind of slaps, no, not gonna lie. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. It's always these chillins doing the accidental murders.
Yup.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Oh.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Oh my god. Hey.
Her body isn't even there anymore.
Yep.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you.
If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
I certainly can't get dead people to testify. Maya's not here. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Do they have blood samples?
Touché, Miss Sky.
Well, so the problem is that that murder took place 2 years ago, and presumably the evidence has been scrubbed from that sword spear. So even if they do have blood samples, which they do, they can match blood in this world. It'd be a pretty tough go.
Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
Like the thing to keep in mind here is that Lana Skye and Damon Gant were detectives that became the chief of police and a chief prosecutor. I mean, there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
If that thing could speak, I'm sure it would say, "Kill me." Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
Well, if you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
I love the old man horses.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
I too am a dot that was once a line. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Connect the dots.
Like
Connect.
a constellation.
Connect. Dot.
Yeah.
Connect.
Connect. Dot.
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 Connect. Connect. Connect.
Connect that.
Dot. Connect the dots. I didn't expect this to be how I spend my Saturday night.
Nice dot connecting, buddy.
Thanks. This is MLG dot connection.
You are killing it. EA Sports is in the game.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma.
Yeah, here's a crossword puzzle. The next murder is gonna be Sudoku. And then after that, it's theoretical physics.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Whoa.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life.
Was Emma Sky. Well, hope you like jail, kiddo. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law.
Wow. Really on the nose, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty on the nose.
Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, 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 order.
And the gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. It's still going.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, Renu.
Why is... I didn't know this case was so long.
I didn't remember this case was this long either. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so sorry. It's so
final
long.
day. Okay, it's final day trial ladder.
Trial ladder. There's no way there can be any more trial after this. Okay, all
We
right.
found the murderer.
Okay. 5-minute break. 5-minute bathroom break, and then we're gonna slap this case.
We'll slap it.
Slap it. We're gonna slap this case closed. Bam. All right, I'll be back.
Oh god. An extra 5 minutes, fine. Tea. Water. How dare you be so much? Uh, Slap it some more. Slap that case on the floor. It's not over. Slap it some more. Slap that all on the floor. Slap that. Oh. If y'all would stop hydrating, then put a vase on it. Need to drain their bladder. You haven't. Ooh, I haven't had shredded dried squid in like forever. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's such a good snack, but it's also like a really popular, you know, alcohol snack. So I don't think cider is like that far removed, right? You got your like saltiness in the squid and the sweetness in the cider. That's nice.
What is it about? Oh, shredded dry squid. Oh god, shredded dried squid is like the best alcohol accompaniment. It's not. It's
Right?
not even close.
Right?
Oh. Okay.
It's a very sweet apple cider though. Well, then you know, the sweet and salty. That's fine.
Actually, I'm gonna pour myself
Indeedy.
some water before we continue, or else my throat's gonna give out.
Okay. Okay, chat, while they're gone, do I get a transparent keyboard case or a purple metal one? Ooh. Ooh. Purple.
Hydration, especially because I get the sneaking suspicion that I'll be voicing a lot of Damon Gant in the next hour.
Why
or
would you
so.
think that?
Okay. Okay. Are you ready?
Ready.
Let's
do
go.
this.
Let's get it. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Nope, I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
You might have a little bit. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Again.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
We'll feed back in. You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Hi, Dre. Wahaha. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Interrupting the sexual tension there, gosh.
Yeah. Okay.
Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. God.
Stop it. Phoenix, I swear.
Can you-
Jeebus, to the god of law.
Put a little tiny bird on it. It's clearly written for children.
Oh
Phoenix
my
right.
god. Please. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law.
Heck of you, Phoenix. Go to law school. Go back to law
There's only
school.
2 rules. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that white, Mr. White?
We definitely don't have approval though. We've
seems
shown
so.
so much evidence during this case.
Could we study some evidence while we wait?
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
Like, here, let's... Oh, wait, we haven't received the book yet. A message?
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Oh my god. Beginner's Guide to Evidence Law to take on the chief of police.
It's more of a doujinshi, yeah.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
Okay. It's literally one page. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Oh my god. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet?
Why, I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
No, don't say that!
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And the Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective.
Gosh, you
Lana
gotta
didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Don't worry, I promise this is actually the last part of the trial. February 25th, 1252, District Court, courtroom number 9.
Get in there.
Get it, let's get it.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Oh, thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and,
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
Ooh. What?
Wow.
But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Are they paid by the hour or something?
The defense calls
Ooh.
the save
Yeah,
button.
get you a snack plate.
I
The
stayed here
time's
till the end.
finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. He scares me too. All right.
He's a very scary man.
Bailiff.
Does anybody else think he looks like a vampire?
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
Edgeworth will never be able to get these things out of a witness.
So, you want to play hardball, huh? So you have chosen death.
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
Wait, what? Wait, is that true? Hello?
But I'm the lawyer. I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
Cop pie.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I'd better hit him hard and fast. Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to this incident. What do we have in our bank here? Interesting. Interesting. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room?
Oh, I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
Well, that's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say. Haha, he got lucky.
That's grim.
Yeah. What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart.
Oh my god.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
Well, it was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Haha, yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Oh, because of that victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Oh, worthy, always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Well, let's take a look at the ye old court record. Yeah, we've read the evidence law, Doujinshi. It just says no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. So, basically all of the like illegal evidence that we have that we definitely found on the ground, we have to wait until it's legal, basically. What? Well, this jar is pretty suspicious because it would mean that if she arranged it, she would have to have had erased the blood, right?
I mean, yeah, but that would just support his argument, right?
Well, yeah, but like, but the thing is, the jar broke during the crime, right? So like, right?
Wait, did it break it during the crime or during the struggle in the evidence room?
It broke during the like the SL9 incident.
Oh.
I think.
Like,
Well, no,
why
it
else
had
would-
it had to have because he had a shard in his chest.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right.
Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Oh god, this is hard. Oh god, it's hard.
I have nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh, wait. Ah?
Maybe?
I think. Maybe. Nope, that wasn't it. Fuck. Ah, boo.
Oh yeah, half of the evidence list.
Oh, I guess so. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's that blue badger you showed us earlier.
Alright, good night.
Good night, Quantum.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, I'm pretty sure this is super illegal. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
What isn't that illegal though? Like,
Yeah,
finding that-
isn't that super illegal?
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you
What do you
admit
mean?
to it then, that you were involved in the forgery.
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the ones who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Bro, he's already fired.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Wow. Wow, Mara.
Get in there, Mara.
Rest assured. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? Ha ha! For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, well then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
when investigating the crime scene. You should have been more careful to observe protocol.
Ha ha! You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know.
Oh, alright, Udgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right.
Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic?
They have a bond.
Now he gets bust. I know, right?
Yeah, this is all very dangerous evidence to play with. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was super illegal.
Fuck. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Phoenix, right? You opened
You're
a
the
man's
slimy
safe.
one.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Yeah, he's still a cop, that's true. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. Ha ha! For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
What? Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
Ah,
The chief is talking about a possibility. So as long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
tell me something I don't know.
Oh, come on now, Raito. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky.
Well, now, do you see?
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
And that would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Oh, be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means... There's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Oh, don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
Oh, by all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Alcoholic boba to go? Oh, hell yeah, we gotta get some.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
But that's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, well, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh! Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding? Oh, never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Now, just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order, 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 I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
Wow. I'm gonna throw him under the bus, huh?
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
There's no turning back for us now, y'all.
We're in this together.
Yep.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
I think it's this.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Right?
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office. Phoenix, don't admit this in court.
Christ.
The safe in
Oh, he
Chief
already
Gant's
admitted it,
office
I guess.
requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Swing. You could just say it's a coincidence.
Order. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you.
I think technically there is a stipulation in American law where you are allowed to, obviously trials don't work like this, but you are allowed to use evidence, ill-gotten evidence, or illegally gotten evidence if you don't know that it was illegally obtained at the time of the trial, I believe. I think that's a thing.
About the use of this ID card. I don't know about that. I don't know anything about, you know.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
I think if it's discovered that it was ill-gotten, then it has to be thrown out of the trial.
Yes, but only if it, I think, is discovered before the verdict. I think
Wait, but
there's
if
some kind of stipulation about like illegally obtained evidence.
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
That's a good point. I guess evidence would be really handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it? The photo? Which photo?
The photo? This photo is from 2 years ago. An investigator's ID card with the award. Yeah, that photo is 2 years old. Maybe, I think it has to be like, it has to be something around the evidence transferal, I think. It's the badger, it's always the badger!
Dang badger.
Yeah, I think it's the knife, yeah. Now, there's gotta be something more solid than this. Ah, fuck. Oops. Yeah, let's try submitting the screwdriver. Nope. Oops. Well, so the problem is it's impossible to tell because you only need one so you only need one key to unlock the door. So if Goodman was with him, we wouldn't be able to know. I'm pretty sure it's this. Pretty sure it's this note. Nope. Never mind. Fuck my life, dude.
Dang.
Dang, indeed.
I'm seeing memo, muffler, parking lot.
Can I save? Not right now.
Piece of wood. That one, right? Can only be submitted to the chief of police?
Yes! Oh god, you serious? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh,
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way that Murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
but wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Thanks, Edgeworth.
No!
Oh my god. Chief Kent, you didn't.
The murder weapon was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime. No one in their right mind choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Not everyone except me, it seems. Still, you are the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. This is a simple one, yeah. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Time for screwdriver.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me here. He wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I?
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, what's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe. Your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Oh, remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to being considered. So, you're just going to run away after all this?
Run away? Oh, don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
What the boy?
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof?
Not really.
Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof?
Do we?
No. That's not you showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Yoji.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Oh, okay, Oji. I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Oh.
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take
Final part of the trial. I'm so upset.
For the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible
Oh,
consequences.
he's just making open threats now.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Hey, hasn't the statute of limitations run out on that?
This isn't good. Of course, you never
It's only
support.
been 2 years.
Oh, I guess so. But the case was already decided. I don't know if you can open it again.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Yep, there he goes.
Okay, well, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I definitely didn't see him openly threaten anyone.
Edgeworth angst.
Angsty. Well, I guess it's one last bathroom break. I say, as if the last, 3 haven't been. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Yes, he certainly did. It's just like, well, all right, let's just carry on. Yes, it is very almost 4 a.m. I'm asleep tonight when I get to sleep. Whenever that is. We gon' sleep. You guys are very, very sweet. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll just sleep in. Hmm. Sleep until Monday. That's right. That'd be amazing. Terrible, but amazing. Such a nice stream to start a Sunday too. Well, I'm glad.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh my god. Even I'm getting tired. All right, well, we're in the sunk cost fallacy now. I'll tell you that.
God.
Like we just gotta keep
Yeah.
going. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Okay.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Thanks for refilling all my health points.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. Your place.
God, the timing on that was impeccable. My place?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
You know what?
I'll even
I would
dress up like her.
absolutely accept Detective Gumshoe as co-counsel.
I mean, totally.
That's fucking awesome. You mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But, Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
I think this is Emma.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Ah, bingo!
Nice.
Ding ding! Emma, are you okay? I'm psychic.
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office.
Okay, hang on. Give me a second to like wipe my glasses down.
From your sweat.
Yeah. From all the sweat I had sitting at 1 HP in the middle of the trial.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor.
Thank God I killed that dude.
Right, that's... Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society.
We live in a society, pal.
This is why Gumshoe's the best.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. I mean, as a scientific investigator, you should know the fallibility of eyewitness testimony and memory.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
God, I hope so.
Mm.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Juana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? Time to end this.
Once and for all. I thought it was the final like 3 acts ago. Yeah, kind of same, actually. I always forget how long this fucking case is. I think it's because I played this case like once the first time I played Ace Attorney, and then I never ever got to it again. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Final one. That's like when you name an art file going to a client and they keep like making little changes.
Yeah,
So
you're like
put
final.
Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Not JPEG. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything.
I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Juana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Wow. That's pretty good.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. She's already off to a rocketing start towards the truth.
Right?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
Your Honor, I'm also gonna confess to treason.
But Juana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. White, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
Jesus Christ, stop reading my mind! Oh my god!
She did.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Ah!
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Gant and the Fabrication. Sounds like a Harry Potter title.
Right.
Harry Potter and the Gant Fabrication. Oh wait, no, sorry. Harry Potter doesn't exist anymore, I'm sorry. How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Even Gant was a respectable detective, so that's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Wanna.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor, a distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Okay, well, let's just press her then. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you move the body.
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth.
Yeah, Alana's guy just seems like one of those people that's just like very, like, kind of like a parent that's like, I know what's best for you.
Mm-hmm. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad. But maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body?
Pieces of the jar, you mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime. I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious.
Interesting.
In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Could this be an appropriate time to present this? Yes, it is. Oh, God. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony.
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah,
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Oh, wow, he's right.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear. More information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Dun dun.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Doc was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Oh, very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
Oh, what do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana,
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
That seems like a contradiction to me. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
Well, we found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
Well, never mind that. I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
Oh, but the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Oh. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Oh, you're so old. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Oh my god.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that. Oh.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. I'm guilty. It was me.
I did the murder.
Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh,
Ouch.
girl. No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief.
But why would Daddy Gant do that?
I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client!
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth, Mr. Wright?
What? Wait,
You broke
wait a
into
minute.
that man's safe?
Alright, wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. White.
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
We're all headed for the death penalty anyway.
Yeah. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. She has no credibility at this point, but I'll allow it.
Nobody has any credibility. People lie under oath all the fucking time in this world. Jesus.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Oh my god! Slow realization in Phoenix Wright.
See, Mr. White, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Ah!
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, White.
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Ah, yes. Evidence law.
That is a very kawaii picture. Pio.
Well, would you look at that?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Why did...
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. White! That piece cut from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? Ooh.
Ooh.
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those on must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. White? You gotta breathe.
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Well, we're in it now.
Oh.
Come now, Ajit. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of the sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my
Holy
God,
shit,
Edgy.
Edgeworth. That's
Oh my
that's
God.
metal.
That is so metal.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Oh, wait, do you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
Haha, no, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Uh-oh.
Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, am I sure to be made out as the murderer?
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
Oh, what do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. Your Honor? I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. White, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see! It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course. So it's not that he's not allowed to testify. So if he is forfeiting his right to testify, that means that he can still testify if the, you know, lawyers allow him to, right? So like, it just means that they can stop him from testifying if they want to, right? But they don't necessarily want to because they're trying to nab him.
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst.
Lawyers, kind of good.
I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
Yes, it's just like chess. Haven't you seen the Queen's Gambit? It's very popular nowadays. What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Raito. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. White?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. The moment of
Tell us
truth
about it.
has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I'm just gonna save just in case, but I'm pretty sure we can show the evidence now. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. White, do you actually know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
The person to... Oh, sorry, that's your line.
The person to whom these fingerprints belongs to is...
Emma Sky.
What? They're mine.
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know, man. It's been a lot. Oh. You're really something, Rito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you monster?
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy! Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Now you won't be able to show it here and there, presenting it to everybody you see fit. I'm sick of seeing that fucking thing. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
What was he talking about?
What? I'm lost.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I actually don't know what it is.
This is handprint, White.
Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand.
Mr. White, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
That would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though.
It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed.
Science.
Scienced.
I am.
Let's check that photograph too. Wait, handprint? Photograph. I don't think Emma wears gloves, but there's something here. This. Wait, what was that photo? Huh. Could it
Want
be?
the white glove evidence?
I think it's this.
Was it?
Oh ho ho. Nope.
No.
Ah, what am I doing? Something's wrong. Let's see.
I'm here. What? Piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Is it the
Is it the
evidence
photo?
rule book? Is it the photo?
I think.
No.
Nope, not quite. Ah, Jesus.
Brew Badger did it.
Okay. Behold the evidence.
Behold! Is it the other? Did you present the other photo?
This one?
Yeah.
I guess I could. I'm afraid. Oh, Renu, you're so good. I don't even know what the contradiction is.
Don't even know either.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Oh, there's no blood on it.
His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. Yeah, the cloth has no blood on it whatsoever. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally over.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, he's sad.
That was close, Raito. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
Oh, what do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Oh, here we go. The rule book.
Ah, no the fuck it's not!
Robok, let's go.
Order, order. What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Hachi? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Kikakumi's plan.
The two rules of evidence law that I learned during this case.
Yep.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Haha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
Well, there are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Hachi, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law, a picture book.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. There's actually only one page in it, and it says, the second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Well, sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
Well, the person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. A killer is you.
No. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Against all odds, Tyler, we are still going.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. 8 hours.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in the car? In my car?
Dick move, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but hey, what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's column aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
It was my trunk, you bastard. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah, at Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. And what is a man but a miserable pile of objections? You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Oh, looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Oh, sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Ah, yes, it was the vampirism. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of their beginning. He hasn't been that person for some time. Who knows if he ever was. Two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie.
Huh?
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Take me to the top. Yeah, there's all of you committed a lot of crimes.
Aww. But her smile is
Her
worth
smile.
it. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
You call me by my name.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Baka.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. We all know he wouldn't have gone through this without.
Oh no. Yes, this was just a very extended love confession.
You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us.
I really wish people would stop committing so many crimes.
Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes,
I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
No trial right now.
God, no.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Tell me about it.
Final. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Not guilty!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, defendant, lobby number 2.
Woo, time for celebratory hydrates. Hold on, let me pour myself some water.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Holy shit! I don't know if I have that much water.
I've done 2, so how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Okay, so
11. Alright, 11. 12. 13. 14.
Why would Dan do this? Oh, I want. That's actually pretty refreshing. I really needed some water. Oh my god. Ugh.
I finished all my whole water bottle.
All right. Nice. You're just extra hydrated. At long last, it's finally over. Jesus Christ. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she's not gonna get the death penalty, probably.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Cold-blooded.
Oh.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. I'm not even a detective anymore.
True.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Wait, are you still a detective?
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
What if Gumshoe was never a detective to begin with? And he just kept showing up and people just assumed he worked there.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours.
With them big ol' eyes.
Big ol' eyes. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis,
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
but sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy.
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back.
I think this is the... I think this theme is called like Sisters or something. It's meant to be like Maya's theme.
Oh.
And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma.
Oh, Emma, I'm going to jail now. I'm going to prison for a really long time. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future.
Big smile.
At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Right, Mr. Gumshoe. Me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. You big soon.
What was he hiding?
I just came to say... congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
He is really edgy.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
So don't go it alone, bucko!
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth...
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me.
That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Ganton, you're a mentor. Manfred von Karma.
Cute Edgeworth pulling out a claymore. That would definitely be a different way of approaching the problem.
We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with your boyfriend. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
It's your life partner.
Come on, Mr. White, show him what Juana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The list? Because you had one half and he had the other?
Yes? It's either that or this fucking King of Prosecutors
Oh,
trophy.
God, no, that's stupid. I hope not.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list,
Oh, God,
and I
this is
had
so
the other.
gay.
It is.
I know I suggested it, but it's so gay.
Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
It's like those friendship necklaces that you have when you're little. You know, you have one half and your friend has the other.
Yeah. Except it's evidence.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Look, Edgeworth, I'm the murderer drawing, and you're the blue badger. I don't think I want this. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right?
Listen, I don't know how many times I've fucking risen from the ashes.
But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. Soon, soon.
Soon's away.
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do.
Wow.
Pio! Here,
Pew,
this
pew.
is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
What do I look like, 12?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, well, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Except for Lana. I mean, she's probably gonna be in jail for, like, a while. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
The last one. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see,
She isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
Thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
You don't know how many guys I had to fight off to get her here. Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes.
It was like that scene in Yakuza when Kiryu just beats up the entire Tojo clan. It was super rad.
Yeah. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Gumshoe, how do you have money anymore?
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
To be fair, it seems like Gumshoe has more money than Phoenix Wright does.
Probably. Yeah, well, you see. Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. Okay, we'll let you go.
Huh?
What, do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. White. You're the best.
Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
He's already not getting paid for this case. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Aww.
Wow, we did it. Oh, epilogues.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. We did it, Reddit.
We did it, Reddit. Now we just have to sit through the credits. It feels like this case was its entire own game.
Yeah. Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show. You can't shake me off that easily.
I'd pay to come work here.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, that I could just be like that dick Gumshoe.
Oh,
He looks up to
he
Gumshoe.
idolizes Gumshoe.
The end is in sight.
Oh, come the frick on.
I'm sorry.
Look into the blue badger's eyes. Feel it draining your soul.
Oh, I fucking died.
The blue badger has been freed from his mortal coil. All mortals tremble before me.
He's just ascended now.
Yep.
What is it? Didn't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Make sure Billy and gang get their water.
I thought he would mention his brother, but alright.
Nothing about his brother. He cares about his cactus and steak. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Good morning, Trist.
Hello.
Oof. A long game.
Oh! I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or the other for how many years? Oh, well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go.
His chair.
His chair. You did just tune in for the ending credits. We've been going for 8.5 hours. I'm so sorry, Renu. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up this long. I really thought it would be over 3.5 hours ago.
I did too, TBH. None of us knew.
Why would... And nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Yeah, good thing it's the weekend.
In Europe.
Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Everybody's leaving on their journeys of self-discovery.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Yo Up. Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all white. Whenever I want to see Wana, all I have to do is open this book.
I guess we open the book. Ah.
That's kawaii.
Cute, cute.
Kawaii.
Woo! We did it! We beat Phoenix Wright #1! Oh, congratulations, Renu. We did it. We did it. We did it. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you so much for sticking around. This guy's so... Oh my god, Jesus Lord.
How many Phoenix Wright games are there left? There are 2 left in this trilogy, and then probably we'll find some way to play Apollo Justice. I won't specify how, but we will find a way. And then after that, I'm not really sure. How many are left for tonight? Yes, of course, we're gonna go through all of them tonight. I mean, we've already got one down.
Look.
We might as well just, yeah. Anyway. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. It has been a
It was fun.
wild fucking stream.
It's been crazy.
So much happened, not just in Phoenix Wright. God, like, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, we almost like tripled the amount of subs we got,
Nice.
which was redonkulous. But yeah. Thanks for coming, everybody. Good night and farewell. I will see you in a month.
Yeah, Soupy's going away, so there won't be a stream for a hot sec.
But once we return, Ace Attorney 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Boogaroo.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks for hanging out with us.